Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Whether you've come to rest, to drift gently into sleep, or simply to listen quietly in the still hours of the evening, this space is for you. Tonight, we're going to take a slow and quiet journey through a chapter of the past that is often forgotten, yet shaped the lives of countless souls, the long, harsh winters of the medieval world. These were not the winters of fairy tales or Christmas cards, though beauty could be found. They were seasons of deep cold, long nights, and quiet endurance. A time when food was scarce, warmth was precious, and light was a flickering flame guarded carefully against the dark. But this is not a story of fear. It is a gentle exploration of how people lived, how they kept warm, how they ate, how they prayed and waited and hoped. We will walk slowly through village lanes covered in frost, rest beside hearth fires, and listen to the hush of snow on thatched roofs. So find somewhere comfortable. Wrap yourself in something warm. Let the lights be low, and let the sound of the modern world soften and fade. The past is waiting, quiet and patient, and ready to tell its story. Let's begin. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, but only if you enjoy what I do here. And write in the comments from where you are and what time it is. Now turn off the lights and fan for the soft background hum. And let's get into the night journey together. It begins with the air. A certain sharpness that creeps in slowly, almost politely at first, a suggestion more than a command. Leaves fall. Breath turns visible in the early morning. The wind, once playful, now moves differently, lower, more serious, edged with warning. In a medieval village, the coming of winter was not marked by a calendar, but by sensation. The smell of frozen earth. The way smoke lingered longer in the air. The instinct to draw your cloak tighter, though the cold had only just arrived. To us, the cold is a temporary thing, something we escape with the turn of a dial or the flick of a switch. But for those living in the centuries before central heating, before double glazing, before down-stuffed quilts and electric light, the cold was not a passing discomfort. It was a presence, a visitor who came to stay uninvited, unwelcome, but utterly inescapable. Most villagers lived in simple, one-room cottages made from timber, wattle, and daub, or rough stone. The floor was earth packed, hard, and cold beneath the feet. There was no insulation, no sealed windows, no barrier between the outside and within. The wind found its way through cracks in the walls, through the roof thatch, under the door. In the dead of winter, it was not unusual to wake with frost on the inside of your home, delicate patterns blooming silently across wooden beams, along the rim of a water pail, or even on your bedding. And so, people layered. Wool, if it could be afforded, was spun thick and worn in tunics, cloaks, and hose. Undergarments of linen helped to trap what little warmth the body produced. Clothes were not changed daily. They were precious and few. They were slept in, worked in, and lived in, day after day. A peasant might own one set of winter garments, patched and repaired year after year. Furs, often reserved for the wealthy, were sewn into outerwear for added warmth, though even among the nobility, winter was still a season to endure rather than enjoy. At night, families would gather close to one another for sleep, not out of affection alone, but necessity. Children, parents, even elderly relatives all nestled together in a shared bed or on straw mattresses laid near the hearth. Body heat was the most reliable insulation. Some families brought livestock into the home as well, not only to protect animals from the cold, but to add their warmth to the space. A cow in the corner or a pig nestled in straw was not unusual. The smells, the sounds, the closeness all became part of the rhythm of winter. Fire was the heart of the home, and in winter, it became a quiet guardian. Most cottages had a single hearth, often built into the central wall. There were no chimneys in many early homes. Smoke simply rose into the rafters and out through a hole in the roof, or lingered inside in a soft, stinging haze. Soot blackened the beams. The air inside a medieval home was not fresh, it was dense, scented with ash and damp wool, and the faint tang of wood smoke soaked into everything. The fire burned all day, carefully fed with small branches, peat, or dried dung. Anything that could provide heat would have to be rationed. Forests were not freely open to all, and cutting live trees was often restricted by feudal law. Villagers gathered fallen branches in autumn, dried them, and stored them under eaves or in lean-tos. Fires were banked overnight, covered with ash to preserve embers until morning. Rekindling a flame from scratch was a last resort, slow, frustrating, and not always successful. Even so, the heat rarely spread far. One side of the body might be warm while the other froze. Shadows moved slowly across the wall, cast by firelight flickering against rough plaster. Smoke drifted in curling patterns toward the rafters, where hams or fish might hang to dry in the warmth. Time passed slowly in these quiet rooms. Outside, the world was hushed. Snow fell soundlessly. The wind moaned low through bare trees. Dogs barked distantly. And inside, people drew close to one another, wrapped in what warmth they had. Clothing, fire, closeness. These were the defenses against the cold. But the cold was clever. It crept beneath doors, slipped through eaves, settled into bones and lingered in corners. It made water jugs crack, doors swell, tools brittle. It made walking a slow, cautious act and bathing a rarity. Fingers chapped, lips split, toes ached. Some nights, the cold was sharp enough to wake you, pressing in through layers, needling into the spaces between your ribs. Yet people carried on. The cold was not new. It had come last year, and the year before that. It would come again. And so, like all things in the medieval world, it was accepted, not without complaint, but without surprise. People adapted not with innovation, but with patience, with customs and routines passed down like heirlooms. A mother teaching her daughter how to wind a scarf just so, to keep the breath from freezing in her chest. A grandfather showing his grandson how to light a fire with damp kindling. Quiet acts of care, repeated over centuries. And in those quiet acts, perhaps there was also comfort. The cold brought hardship, yes, but also ritual. Stillness. The enforced slowness of winter brought families together, around fires, around tables, under shared blankets. There was a dignity to it, a simple, stubborn strength that endured in silence. And as the snow fell outside, soft and steady, the people of the medieval world endured. Wrapped in wool, warmed by firelight, sleeping close beside one another, they waited, not with hope for spring, perhaps, but with the knowledge that spring would come. The cold would pass, and until it did, they would survive it. To keep warm in a medieval winter was to engage in a daily, quiet battle, not against a single great enemy, but against hundreds of small, persistent losses. A bit of heat lost to a breeze under the door, another to damp clothes that never quite dried, another to fingers too cold to move, or a hearth whose flames had dwindled to smoldering embers by dawn. There were no instant solutions, no magic comforts. Only old methods, learned slowly and practiced carefully, as much habit as survival. The hearth was the center of warmth. Not just metaphorically, it was physically central, too. In most cottages and farmhouses, the hearth was placed in the middle of the single main room. Early medieval homes did not yet have chimneys, so smoke rose straight up through a hole in the roof, often escaping imperfectly. This meant that the interior of the home was smoky in winter and darkened with soot. But it also meant that the little warmth the fire gave could radiate in every direction without barriers. Wood was the preferred fuel, but not all villagers had free access to trees. Forests were frequently controlled by landlords, monasteries, or the crown. The right to gather wood, especially to cut it, could be heavily restricted. Instead, peasants made do with what they could find. Fallen branches were gathered and dried, along with twigs and brush. In parts of England and northern Europe, peat was cut from the wetlands and dried into fuel. Dung, too, especially from cattle, was collected, shaped into cakes, and left to harden in the sun before being burned. Its smell lingered, but it offered heat where there was none. The fire was never allowed to die fully if it could be helped. At night, coals were banked, covered with ash to keep them insulated and alive through the cold hours. A skilled householder could coax flames from coals the next morning, adding kindling slowly, breathing life into the hearth with practiced patience. If the fire did go out, rekindling it was no simple task. Sparks could be struck from flint and steel, but the process was slow and uncertain. Villagers might carry embers from house to house, sharing warmth as they shared bread and news. The fire was used for cooking, of course, but it also dried clothes, warmed bedding, heated bathwater, and softened wax for candles. And always, it gave light. A cottage might be lit only by fire and perhaps a single tallow candle in the evenings. The glow was gentle and small, flickering across walls of rough plaster or timber. Its warmth extended only a little way, leaving the corners of the home shrouded in cold and quiet shadow. People stayed near the fire whenever they could. Children sat on woven mats or wooden stools close to the warmth. Women spun wool or mended garments in the firelight. Men might carve wood, sharpen tools, or simply sit in silence. Even in larger homes, halls or manor houses with broader hearths, people gravitated toward the flames, drawn by the shared need for comfort and heat. The flickering fire was as much a source of community as it was of warmth. Clothing helped, but only so much. Wool was the standard defense against the cold, spun thickly and worn in layers. A linen shirt might go beneath a wool tunic, with hose and a cloak or mantle above. Gloves and scarves were uncommon among the poor, but sometimes improvised from scraps. Hoods were especially valuable, offering both warmth and protection from wind. Fur-lined garments were prized among the wealthy, often squirrel, rabbit, or sheepskin, but were far out of reach for the ordinary villager. And so, instead of changing into warm nightwear, most people simply slept in their clothes. Bed linens were minimal, a straw mattress, perhaps stuffed with hay or heather, covered by rough blankets or old cloaks. The bed was often shared. A couple might sleep together, or a whole family might share a mattress in the loft, above the warmth of the main room. Proximity was warmth. Babies were kept wrapped and held close, or swaddled and placed near the hearth under watchful eyes. Some wealthier households had bed curtains, not for privacy, but to trap body heat. Heavy drapes around a wooden frame could make the difference between a freezing night and a tolerable one. Bed warmers, metal pans filled with hot coals, were sometimes used to preheat the sheets, though they were dangerous and not common among the poor. More often, stones were heated by the fire and wrapped in cloth to be tucked at one's feet. Animals helped, too. Dogs, especially, were welcomed into sleeping quarters. A dog curled at the foot of a bed could make a noticeable difference. In harsher regions or poorer homes, even pigs or goats might be kept indoors, pinned in straw, contributing not just warmth but companionship in the dark months. Houses themselves were adapted to winter in ways both simple and clever. Windows were shuttered, not just for privacy, but to keep the wind out. Some windows were covered with oiled parchment, which let in light but held out the chill. Floors were strewn with rushes or straw to insulate from the cold ground, and fresh rushes were added regularly, often with herbs to keep pests away. And yet, even with all this, warmth was partial, imperfect. The hearth gave light and heat, but only to a point. The walls protected from the worst of the wind, but they could not stop the cold entirely. A medieval winter was something to brace for, to plan around. Tasks were done more slowly. Travel was avoided. Life contracted inward. It was a season not for activity, but for endurance. And still, people found ways to cope. To sit close and speak softly. To wrap their hands around a warm bowl of pottage. To feel the flicker of firelight and hear the soft breath of family nearby. These were the quiet blessings of warmth. Rare, precious, and fiercely remembered. Keeping warm in the medieval winter was never easy. It took time. It took patience. It took cooperation. But it was not impossible. And in those hours spent by the fire, in the hush, in the closeness, people made a kind of peace with the cold, simply by sharing its burden. By midwinter, the world had grown still. The snow lay heavy across the fields. The last leaves had fallen, and the trees stood bare and silent. Streams moved slowly under thin ice, and the sky remained pale and cold through much of the day. But the quiet beauty of the season often masked its harsher truths. Beneath the hush and softness of snow, there was a sharper hunger settling in. The medieval year was shaped by the harvest, and once the reaping was done in autumn, all attention turned to storage. The bounty of the year, whether modest or abundant, was gathered, sorted, and put away with careful hands. Grains were threshed and kept in wooden bins or sacks, guarded against rats and damp. Root vegetables were stored in cool, dark cellars. Apples, onions, and cabbages were hung from beams or tucked into baskets lined with straw. Meat, if there was any, was salted or smoked, hanging high in the rafters near the hearth. But however careful the storage, however bountiful the harvest, there came a point, deep in the heart of winter, when supplies began to dwindle. The turnips shriveled. The grain sacks grew light. The salted meat grew tough and stringy, if there was any left at all. And slowly, a shadow of hunger crept in. This period, often beginning in late January or February, was known as the hungry months. It was the hardest time of year for rural families. The winter was still deep, but the stores were low. New crops had not yet grown. The livestock could not yet be culled, for spring births were still to come. The roads were too icy to travel far for trade. And so, families turned inward, looking for ways to stretch what little they had. Meals that had once been hearty became thinner, more modest. Pottage, the staple stew of peasant life, was made with fewer vegetables, more water, and whatever grains or scraps were left. Bread was made with mixtures of rye, oats, or barley, sometimes stretched with ground peas, acorns, or even bark if flour had run out. These additions were not for taste. They were for survival. A typical winter meal might be a ladle of thin soup with a crust of stale bread, perhaps softened in the broth. A cup of warm ale, if available, helped ward off the cold. Occasionally, a bit of preserved cheese or dried beans might add some variety. But by February or March, the choices were few. Lentils, onions, dried herbs, and whatever could be foraged or scavenged from the bare hedgerows. For those who lived near woodlands, winter foraging might still offer something: a few nuts left over from autumn, a clump of wild garlic pushing through thawing earth, or the bitter shoots of nettles. But these were small finds, and they did not fill the belly. For the poorest families, hunger was not just discomfort. It was a quiet ache that settled into the bones, made limbs weak and thought slow. Children grew thin. The elderly fell ill more easily. Illnesses that might be shrugged off in summer now lingered. Coughs deepened. Fevers came. A simple cold could be deadly when the body had little fuel to fight it. Even in monasteries and manor houses, where food stores were greater, the hungry months were felt. Monks followed strict fasting rules during Lent and other holy periods, which often coincided with late winter. Meals were reduced in both quantity and richness. Butter, meat, and eggs were given up, leaving only gruel, vegetables, and black bread. For the wealthy, fasting was a spiritual discipline. For the poor, it was simply life. Animals, too, suffered during these months. Hay and feed were limited. Cows gave less milk, or none at all. Chickens stopped laying. Livestock that had been carefully preserved through early winter might be slaughtered in desperation, but this was a grim choice. Killing a pig or a sheep in February meant one fewer animal come spring. Communities learned to share, where they could. Villages were tightly knit, and neighbors watched out for one another. If one family had a few extra turnips or a heel of bread, it might be shared quietly with someone in need. Charitable almsgiving, especially during Lent, was practiced by those who could afford it. But no one had much to spare. The rhythm of the hungry months was slow. The days passed with little work to do. The fields lay frozen, and tools sat idle. Time was spent indoors, by the hearth, spinning wool, patching clothes, whispering prayers. The cold dulled the appetite, but not for long. And each night, families went to sleep with lighter stomachs and heavier thoughts. And yet, hunger, like the cold, was not unfamiliar. It was part of the cycle. Not every winter brought famine, but every winter brought lean days. People planned as best they could. They dried what could be dried, salted what could be salted, and gave thanks when the stores lasted through to April. The arrival of early spring herbs, wild leeks, sorrel, and chickweed, was met not just with culinary delight, but with quiet relief. There were years, of course, when hunger turned to crisis. Bad harvests could set in motion years of suffering. The Great Famine of the early 14th century brought such widespread scarcity that people died not just from hunger, but from eating unsafe or tainted food in desperation. Grain prices soared. Fields were soaked from relentless rain. Cattle sickened, and winter pressed in with merciless weight. But most winters were not so dramatic. They were simply hard. Quietly, steadily hard. The kind of hardship that left no headlines in the chronicles, no great stories of heroism, just millions of small acts of endurance. And it's in those acts, the careful portioning of a loaf, the heating of watery stew, the sharing of a last apple, that we see the heart of medieval winter life. Not in catastrophe, but in perseverance. The hungry months passed, slowly, with patience, with prayer. And when the first green shoots broke through the thawing soil, when hens began to lay again and milk returned, the relief was not exuberant. It was quiet, grateful, a nod to the rhythm of life. Harsh, yes, but not without hope. Hunger had been endured. Spring was near. As the sun dipped earlier each day and dawn came later with each passing week, the world of the medieval villager grew smaller and darker. In summer, the days had stretched wide. Work began at sunrise, and light lingered into the late evening. But in the heart of winter, daylight became a brief and precious thing. In northern regions, the sun might barely rise above the treetops. A few pale hours, cold and dim, and then the shadows would lengthen once more. The long nights of winter were not simply an inconvenience. They were a season in their own right, a slow, stretched time between the last of the afternoon light and the pale shimmer of dawn. It was a time shaped by candlelight, hearthlight, and silence. A time when the usual rhythms of village life shifted, not with urgency, but with quiet resignation. People slept more, worked less, and lingered longer by the fire. Inside the home, the hearth gave warmth and light, but only just enough. Even in wealthier households, candles were used sparingly. Tallow, made from rendered animal fat, was the most common candle material. It smoked and sputtered, and it smelled faintly of the barnyard. Beeswax burned more cleanly and brightly, but it was expensive, often reserved for churches and the noble class. And so, for most people, the night was lit only dimly, with flickering shadows and soft halos of glow. There were no clocks to measure the hours. Time passed by instinct, by the slow sinking of the fire, by the length of a prayer, or the rhythm of a story. Monasteries kept time with bells, marking the canonical hours with quiet regularity. For villagers, time was slower, less precise. People rose with the sun and rested with the dark. But winter changed that. In the long medieval night, people often practiced what we now call segmented sleep. It was common, though rarely discussed, a pattern where sleep came in two portions. The first sleep, or first slumber, began shortly after dark. It might last 3 or 4 hours. Then came a period of wakefulness, not rushed or restless, but quiet and natural. During this in-between time, people tended the fire, said prayers, even visited neighbors. Some simply sat and thought, or whispered softly to a partner in the dark. Then came the second sleep, deeper and often dream-filled, which would last until morning light. This broken pattern was not considered a problem. It was simply how the body responded to the rhythm of long nights and minimal light. And in those hours between sleeps, something almost sacred happened, a stillness that has been lost in the modern world. No distractions, no artificial brightness, just the sound of the wind outside, the soft crackle of fire, and the quiet murmur of thoughts moving like snowflakes through the mind. Stories, too, belonged to the night. Oral tradition was strong, and the hearth was the perfect setting for tales passed from parent to child, neighbor to neighbor. Folk tales, saints' lives, local legends. Even family histories were shared in low, melodic voices. Sometimes songs were sung, especially those that marked the winter feasts, simple, repetitive melodies that warmed the spirit more than the voice. And always, there was spinning, mending, stitching, slow work done by touch and habit, hands moving while the mind wandered. Evenings were long, but not always lonely. Families drew close together. Children fell asleep in laps or on straw pallets. Grandparents dozed beside the fire. The dog curled in the warmest spot. There was little privacy in a medieval home, but there was a kind of togetherness that soothed the deep darkness outside. In larger homes, the rhythm was similar, though the surroundings might be grander. In manors or castles, tapestries hung on the walls to block the drafts. Fires burned in great hearths. Servants brought mulled wine or warm ale. But even in these settings, the long night was not filled with noise or brightness. The cold and dark had a way of entering every space, no matter how grand. And so, the response was the same. Draw close, speak softly, and let the night pass in peace. Winter also brought long periods of spiritual quiet. With less work to do in the fields and fewer hours of light, there was time for contemplation. In religious communities, these months were marked by solemn liturgies and quiet observance. Candlemas in February, for example, marked the midpoint of winter, a moment of hope, when light was blessed and carried through the darkened church. Villagers, too, took comfort in these rituals. A candle lit for a departed loved one, a prayer whispered into the cold, a sense that even in the long night, one was not entirely alone. Sometimes, the dark brought fear. Wolves still roamed the forests in some regions, and travelers risked robbery on the frozen roads. But most people stayed close to home after sunset. Night was not for movement. It was for stillness. And within that stillness, something gentle could be found. A patience, a resignation, and a deep, ancient understanding of time as it moves not in minutes and hours, but in breaths and shadows. Eventually, the long night would end. A hint of blue in the eastern sky, the soft sound of birds returning, the crack of ice loosening its grip on a water pail. And slowly, the village would begin to stir again. Fires would be rekindled, bread would be baked, the world would open, just a little. But the memory of the night would remain, not as something to fear, but something familiar. The long, slow hours that carried the soul gently through winter. The hush that wrapped the world in velvet. The quiet companionship of those who waited together for the light. In the stillness of winter, when the fields were quiet and the nights long, illness came softly. It did not always announce itself. A cough, at first. A tiredness that lingered. A slight fever that warmed the cheeks at dusk. In the medieval world, sickness was a companion to the cold, not always deadly, not always feared, but always present. It lived in the corners of the home, in the damp air, in the chill that crept through the floorboards and lingered in the lungs. Winter illness was especially dangerous because it came when the body was already weakened. Food was sparse. Warmth was rationed. The nights were long and the light short. For the very young and the very old, even a simple cold could become something more. And there were no antibiotics, no vaccines, no hospitals with sterile beds and humming machines. Healing, when it came slowly. And when it did not come, people endured gently and with as much peace as they could find. Many homes had no dedicated space for the sick. A straw bed, a blanket, and a little more time near the fire, that was the treatment. Mothers would make warm broths from onions, herbs, or garlic, if they had them. Herbal remedies passed down through generations were used with quiet hope. Elderflower for fever, thyme for cough, yarrow for wounds. Honey, treasured for its sweetness, was also valued for its healing. Warm drinks were made from chamomile or mint, and if the village had a healer, a wise woman, a midwife, a monk, their presence was sought. Illness was not always met with fear. It was met with acceptance. It was part of the cycle, like frost or hunger. It came, and it passed, and sometimes it stayed. The sick were not hidden. They were tended to by family and neighbors. A child might be rocked in a mother's lap through the night. A grandfather might lie wrapped in wool beside the hearth, while the others moved gently around him. If someone passed, it was with those they loved nearby, not behind curtains, but in the same room where daily life continued, quiet and watchful. Among the wealthier, care was more formal, but still limited. Physicians might be called, bringing with them their books and theories, the balance of humors, the influence of stars. Bleeding was common, though not always helpful. Purgatives, too. Leeching, sometimes. Yet even here, the truly effective care came not from science, but from rest, warmth, and nourishment. A servant bringing warm cloths, a nursemaid humming softly, a wife whispering prayers by candlelight. In monasteries, where knowledge and care were more structured, infirmaries offered greater peace. Monks tended the sick with quiet devotion. They grew herbs in sheltered cloisters, brewed remedies, and recorded their uses in manuscripts illuminated by firelight. Clean bedding, regular meals, and gentle order made these places some of the safest havens during winter illness. But even there, survival was never certain. The Great Plagues, of course, were different. They swept through the land like wild wind, uncaring of class or kindness. But the everyday illnesses, agues, fevers, infections, were part of the winter rhythm. And people adapted. They rested more. They whispered to saints. They made charms to hang above the door. They burned rosemary in the home, or hung sprigs of evergreen to ward off evil. Illness was also spiritual. Suffering was often seen not only as a misfortune, but as a test or a purification. In churches, people lit candles for the ill. They prayed to saints known for healing: Saint Sebastian, Saint Roch, Saint Apollonia. Pilgrimages were made to holy wells, or relics believed to cure. Faith and medicine walked hand in hand, not in opposition but in quiet collaboration. A prayer, a poultice, a warming drink, all were offered together, not in desperation, but in hope. Children were especially vulnerable. The winter took many young lives, silently and without great notice. Families grieved, but not with surprise. Loss was familiar, and grief was folded into daily life. A child's wooden toy left untouched. A cradle gently stored away. Names passed down to the next born. And still, hope endured. The strength of survival in these months was not found in great victories. It was in the ordinary: a hand on a fevered brow, a cup of warm water offered in the dark, a sister humming softly to a sick brother, the slow, careful washing of linens by cold hands. These moments, repeated across centuries, formed the true story of winter illness, not one of despair, but of gentleness and care. And when healing came, it came quietly. The fever broke. Appetite returned. Color came back to the cheeks. There was no great celebration, only a longer sleep, a deeper breath, a whispered thank you. The return to health was like the return of spring, slow, hesitant, and then suddenly certain. In the end, survival in a medieval winter was not about conquering. It was about enduring, about waiting, watching, and caring. And in those dim cottages, warmed only by a small fire and the closeness of others, life continued, quietly, bravely, and with a tender strength we are only just beginning to remember. In a medieval home, the hearth was more than stone and ash. It was more than flame and smoke. It was the heart of the household, a silent witness to every hour of winter, every meal, every story, every sleep. In the coldest months, it became the single most important thing in the room, not just for heat or for cooking, but for presence. It was where life gathered, quietly and naturally, like moss to a flame, seeking not only warmth, but comfort. The hearth was often set at the center of the home. In earlier centuries, before chimneys became common, fires were built in shallow pits or on stone slabs, open to the room. Smoke rose through the thatch above, escaping as best it could through holes cut in the roof. In some houses, there was no hole at all. Smoke lingered, coiling up into the rafters, blackening the beams, thickening the air. Windows were small and shuttered tight in winter, so the hearth's light and warmth were all that stood between the family and the long, frozen dark. This fire was tended carefully, almost ritually. At night, it was banked with ash to preserve its glow. In the morning, the embers were stirred and coaxed into life, kindling laid in gentle hands. The flame was precious. A home without fire was silent and cold and vulnerable. And so, from childhood, people learned how to feed a fire, when to add peat, when to use birch bark, how to blow softly on a coal until it blushed back to life. Around the hearth, daily life unfolded. Meals were prepared in iron pots suspended on hooks or nestled in coals. Simple fare porridge, stews, oatcakes, but filling and warm. Tools were warmed for work. Clothes were dried, if they could be. Bread dough was left near the fire to rise, covered with cloth. Newborn lambs might sleep in straw nearby, brought in from the cold. A child with a fever was laid closest to the fire, tended quietly. A grandmother spun wool by its light, fingers steady even in the dimness. It was not a place of drama, but of rhythm. Children played in its circle. Dogs stretched their legs to the warmth. Elders dozed. Even arguments, when they came, often softened by firelight, not always resolved, but held gently in the flicker and hush. In the dark of a medieval winter, the hearth was the only bright thing in the home. It cast long shadows on the walls, gold against whitewashed plaster or dark wooden beams. It made the rough edges of life seem momentarily smooth, as if even hardship could be softened by firelight. But it was not always welcoming. The fire could burn too low, or smoke could hang too thick. Sparks leapt suddenly. Ashes blew into the broth. In small, crowded rooms, comfort was always balanced with caution. A child too close might singe a sleeve. A fire left unattended could catch a bit of straw. Fire was life and danger in one breath. In grander homes, manor kitchens, noble halls, hearths were larger, more ornate. Stone surrounds, tall chimneys, carved mantels. Yet even there, the purpose remained. The fire drew people to it. A steward might write accounts by its light. A servant might warm mulled wine or bring hot towels to the mistress. And in the great hall, lords and guests dined within the warmth of the hearth, while the cold pressed outside the high, shuttered windows. In churches and monasteries, the hearth took on another meaning. In infirmaries, fires warmed the sick. In kitchens, monks prepared food for the poor, firelight dancing on stone walls. The fire was not only comfort, but charity, a thing to be shared. Its warmth extended beyond the self. In many ways, the hearth was both altar and servant, a place of quiet reverence and humble usefulness. Stories were told by the hearth, passed from mouth to mouth, generation to generation. Folktales, parables, jests, warnings. The old tales lived in firelight, shaped by it, their details flickering and reshaping with each telling. The hearth made listeners lean in, voices hush, eyes glow. It was a space for memory, for imagination, for comfort. And sometimes it was simply a place to be, not to work, not to speak, just to sit, to feel the heat soak into bones stiff from cold, to let the mind wander, to watch the fire's slow movements, its orange tongues, its quiet collapses, its sudden sparks. The hearth offered nothing more than presence. But in the silence of a medieval winter, that was enough. Even in grief, the hearth remained. If a family lost someone in winter, it was near the fire that they mourned. The hearth burned on, gently, not in celebration, but in steadiness. A reminder that life continued, that the cycle turned, that warmth could remain, even in sorrow. And so, through the bitterest of months, the hearth was the thread that held the home together. Not just a tool, but a companion. It saw all, laughter, tears, illness, recovery. It held the sound of knitting needles, the scrape of a ladle, the soft snores of sleep. It smelled of smoke and stew, wool and wood. Its light was never harsh. Its heat never quite enough. But it endured. And in its endurance, so did those who sat before it. The hearth was the heart, quiet, imperfect, essential. And as long as its flame danced, the home remained alive. Even in the bitter cold of a medieval winter, when the air stung the skin and hunger grew familiar, there were moments of brightness. Moments of music, of ritual, of shared bread and shared silence. Winter was not all struggle. Woven through the hardship, like golden thread in coarse wool, were the holy days, sacred, celebratory, and deeply human. They offered pause, not escape from the cold, but a reason to gather within it. The winter calendar revolved around feast days, carefully spaced, deeply rooted. The most joyful and anticipated of these was Christmas, though the medieval Christmas bore little resemblance to modern excess. It held meaning that radiated through even the poorest homes. It was both a spiritual observance and a social event. Not one day, but a season stretching across 12 days. From the quiet vigil of Christmas Eve to the solemn celebration of Epiphany on January 6th. In churches, the birth of Christ was marked with processions and music. Candles were lit in abundance. Incense curled through the stone naves. Priests sang the Mass in Latin, voices echoing softly in the chill air. For villagers, these rituals were both awe-inspiring and familiar. They dressed in their best, perhaps a cloak mended for the occasion, or a clean linen shirt. Shoes polished with tallow. Children held close as families made their way to the parish church, breath rising in mist as they walked. Within the home, preparations were modest but heartfelt. If grain was available, a finer loaf of bread might be baked. Ale was brewed with spice, if spice could be found. A little cinnamon or ginger, perhaps gifted by a neighbor or bought with saved coin. Apples, stored from the harvest, were roasted by the fire. A special pottage might include a bit of meat, carefully saved. Not a feast as we think of it today, but enough to feel generous. Some homes shared a Yule log, a large, carefully chosen piece of wood, meant to burn through Christmas night. In wealthier homes, it was symbolic. In poorer cottages, it was practical, a rare chance for continuous warmth and steady light. As the log burned, stories were told, songs sung. It was not loud nor lavish. It was warm, and in winter, warmth was celebration enough. The 12 days of Christmas were also a time for mumming and merrymaking. In some villages, masked performers would act out simple plays, often with themes of death and rebirth of the turning year. These were not polished performances, but community rituals. People laughed gently. The familiar lines brought comfort. At times, food was exchanged, small tokens gifted. Even lords might offer alms or hold open feasts for tenants, not in extravagance, but in gesture, a recognition of shared winter and shared life. New Year's Day was marked with toasts to health, and the exchange of symbolic gifts, a sprig of greenery, a ribbon, a baked good. Blessings were spoken. A piece of coin might be pressed into a child's hand. Wishes for a kind year and a gentle spring. And then came Epiphany, the 12th night, bringing the season to a quiet close. In some places, a small cake was shared with a hidden token inside, a bean, a nut, a coin. Whoever found it was crowned king or queen of the feast for just one night. Laughter, lighthearted and low. A break from the ordinary. Then, slowly, the festive season gave way to ordinary time again, into the long weeks before Lent. But winter's sacred rhythm did not end with Christmas. Candlemas, on February 2nd, marked the midpoint between the solstice and the equinox. A feast of light. Candles were blessed in the church and carried home, where they were believed to protect against storm and illness. It was a hopeful day, a hint that the cold, though lingering, was beginning to turn. Each of these days was not merely a marker on the calendar, but a rhythm of hope. They structured time when time felt formless. They gave reason to gather. They reminded people that winter had a shape, not endless, but formed of dark and light, hunger and feast, silence and song. Even when the food was poor and the fire burned low, people found ways to mark the sacred. A carving on a loaf, a prayer etched into the frost on a window pane, a single candle lit, with care, in a room otherwise dark. These were not grand gestures, but they were enough. The church played a central role, not only spiritually, but socially. It gave people a place to come together, to see neighbors, to share news, to be warmed not just by fire, but by belonging. And in these gatherings, the memory of warmth lasted a little longer. A song hummed at midnight, a blessing passed between old friends, a shared cup, a shared silence. Winter did not stop for feasts, but it softened around them. The snow still fell. The wind still howled in the eaves. But inside, for a night or two, there was cheer. Not because the cold had gone, but because people chose to gather anyway, chose to remember joy, chose to hope. And when the candles burned low, and the songs faded, and the children slept in one another's arms, there was peace. A quiet that belonged not to loneliness, but to contentment. The long night waited outside, but the hearth glowed on. And so, the holy days of winter did not remove the hardship. They illuminated it, made it bearable, made it shared. And in the shared light of song and bread and candle, the people of the medieval world endured, not just with survival, but with grace. In the warmth of summer, medieval life moved quickly. There were fields to tend, animals to herd, thatch to lay, walls to mend. The long hours of daylight were packed with labor. But winter changed the rhythm. As the fields froze and the world shrank beneath frost and shadow, daily life slowed, like a breath held deep in the lungs. And yet, it did not stop. Winter work was not urgent. It was not loud. It was quiet, patient, and mostly done indoors. It was the kind of work that came from habit, from necessity, and from the need to keep one's hands busy. Because even in the cold, with snow at the door and darkness pressing at the windows, the body needed movement and the mind needed rhythm. In peasant cottages, the hearth was once again the center. Around its warm glow, women spun wool from fleece stored after the autumn shearing. They worked with drop spindles or spinning wheels, the fibers twisted slowly into thread, drawn steadily by fingers accustomed to their softness. The sound was gentle, a low hum, a soft whir, a whispered pull. In noble homes, this same work was done by servants or tradespeople, but in the humble household, it was shared among sisters, daughters, and mothers alike. Men, too, had winter tasks. They mended tools, sharpening blades, rehafting axes, carving new handles for scythes or spades. They worked leather, repairing shoes and straps, softening it with tallow and smoke. They carved wood into spoons, bowls, pegs, and handles. Everything, even simple items, was shaped with time and patience. Work was never wasted, and every idle object was seen as something that could, with care, be renewed. Children helped where they could. Boys might card wool, or sort flax, or feed kindling to the fire. Girls might sew simple stitches, fetch water, or mind younger siblings. And even when their hands weren't at work, they watched, learning by doing, learning by seeing, as each small task repeated itself season after season. Sewing and mending were especially common. Clothes could not be replaced easily. Every tunic, every cloak, every pair of hose was patched, restitched, reinforced. Needles were precious, thimbles often improvised, thread sometimes dyed with the last remnants of summer herbs. Old fabric was never thrown away. It was saved, turned into linings or bindings or quilting. Every scrap had a second life, and winter was the time to give it one. Basket making, too, was a winter craft. Willow wands, soaked and softened, were woven into baskets for carrying grain, for storing apples, for collecting kindling. This work could be done slowly, in the warmth of the hearth circle, and provided income for some, trade for others. In monasteries, the long winter days were filled with even quieter work. Monks copied manuscripts in scriptoriums dimly lit by candles. Each letter a prayer, each page a quiet offering. Illuminated margins, tiny gold leaf details, careful brushstrokes. The work was cold, the rooms unheated, but it was spiritual labor, and every hour spent with pen in hand was part of the divine order. In noble households, embroidery was a winter task for women of rank. Tapestries, altar cloths, fine garments, all began as threads in cold months, when there was time to sit and stitch. Stories were sewn into fabric, saints, beasts, harvests, and vines. The rhythm of the needle gave shape to the days. It brought peace and quiet focus. Still, with all this work, time passed slowly. And in winter, idleness was a temptation. Not just because there was less to do outdoors, but because the silence could settle heavily. There was a fear, especially in monastic writing, of the devil's workshop, idle hands leading to wandering thoughts, to sin, or to melancholy. And so, even leisure had to be filled with purpose. Reading was one such purpose for those who could, listening for those who could not. Many evenings were passed with stories told aloud, saints' lives, legends, proverbs, and riddles. In some homes, someone might play a small harp or flute. Music, too, was considered sacred labor, a way of lifting the soul through the long darkness. Prayer was also work, and in winter, there was more time for it. The rhythm of the divine office, in churches and abbeys, offered structure to the days. For lay people, prayers were said during chores, during rest, before meals, and upon waking. The repetition gave shape to time, and a sense of order to the shapeless days. But not all work was solemn. There was laughter, too quiet, kind, and necessary. A mistake in stitching, a shared memory, a child's mispronounced song. These small joys softened the monotony of long hours. They reminded everyone that even quiet days could hold warmth. Winter work was not measured in hours, nor in coin. It was measured in usefulness, in readiness. A repaired tool, a finished skein of thread, a pile of mended socks. These were victories as real as harvest or hunt. And when the day ended, when the light faded and the fire was banked, the hands rested, sometimes sore, sometimes still reaching. But always, they had done something. Something quiet, something useful, something that made the cold a little more bearable. Because in winter, survival wasn't just about great feats. It was about tasks done without fuss, without glory. Work that passed the time, that mended what was frayed, that reminded each person that their hands, their effort, still mattered. Even when the wind howled outside, and the frost crept across the window panes, there was still warmth and movement, still purpose and patience. And in those idle hours made gentle with work, the people of the medieval world endured, not quickly, but steadily, with hands that knew what to do. In medieval England, the winter storm was not a distant event. It was felt deep in the bones. The wind howled across open fields, carrying cold like a sharp blade. Snow piled against doors and windows, sometimes so high that the village seemed swallowed beneath white drifts. Rain fell in long, icy sheets, soaking through thatch and cloak alike. In this relentless weather, shelter was more than comfort. It was survival. Homes in this time were simple but purposeful. The typical village house was often a timber-framed building with wattle and daub walls, a mixture of woven sticks and mud plastered smooth. The roof was thatched with straw or reeds, thickly layered to keep out rain and snow. Windows, if there were any, were small and shuttered tight to hold in warmth and keep out the bitter wind. Inside, the floor was often bare earth or roughly laid stone. It was covered with rushes or straw, swept and refreshed to catch dust and dirt, but also to provide a little softness underfoot. The walls were whitewashed with lime, a pale surface that brightened the dim interior in winter's low light. Hanging herbs, dried flowers, or simple decorations sometimes adorned the walls, offering not just beauty but protection from pests. Central to every home was the hearth, a fire built either in an open pit or, in later centuries, within a chimney. It was the main source of heat, light, and life. But even with a fire, warmth was hard won. Cold drafts seeped through every crack. The smoke, while carrying heat, also thickened the air and blackened the ceilings. Families huddled close, layering themselves with woolen clothes, blankets, and cloaks woven from homespun wool or coarse linen. Winter clothing was practical and layered. Peasants wore woolen tunics, often dyed in muted browns, grays, and greens. Cloaks were lined with fur or thick wool for extra warmth. Hats and hoods covered heads and ears, as heat escapes most quickly from the head. Gloves, stockings, and simple shoes completed the ensemble. Children wore the same, but often thinner, due to limited resources. The design of the house reflected a careful balance between protection and function. Doorways were narrow and low, minimizing heat loss. Windows were often covered with oiled cloth or thin animal membranes instead of glass, which was expensive and rare. These coverings let in a soft, diffused light, muted and gentle like a watercolor wash, but kept the wind out. Outside, the village green was often the heart of the community, but in winter it could become a frozen, stark place. Paths to the well, the bakehouse, and the church might be treacherous with ice and snow. Villagers learned to adapt, wearing sturdy boots or wrapping their feet in thick cloth bindings to keep warm and dry. Neighbors helped one another clear snow or gather firewood, understanding that shelter was not just individual, but communal. Stables and barns were essential extensions of the home. Livestock needed protection from frostbite and freezing rain. Animals were often brought inside or into closely attached shelters, their warmth providing some relief to the humans who tended them. Straw and hay were layered thickly as bedding. Doors were hung with heavy curtains of woven wool or animal hides to block drafts. In wealthier homes and castles, the shelter was more elaborate but no less necessary. Stone walls offered better insulation against wind and snow, and glazed windows let in clearer light. Large tapestries hung on walls to keep out drafts and decorate. Fireplaces were grander, with iron tools and andirons. Floors were covered with rushes, rugs, or animal skins. Yet even in these places, the cold was keenly felt, and warmth was fiercely guarded. Storms in winter were often accompanied by howling winds that rattled doors and shook windows. The sound itself was a kind of companion, a constant reminder of the harshness beyond the walls. Families found comfort in staying close together, sharing blankets, telling stories, and tending the fire. The home was a refuge not only from the cold, but from the worry and weariness that the long winter could bring. At times, when the weather grew especially fierce, villagers might stay indoors for days on end. They would plan their food and fuel carefully, rationing coal, peat, and firewood. Every scrap of warmth was treasured. The fire was banked at night to smolder but not die, so it could be rekindled in the morning. Candles were saved for special moments, a prayer, a visitor, a sick child. Despite the hardships, shelter was also a source of pride and identity. To maintain a home through winter was a sign of skill and care. Thatched roofs were repaired in autumn, walls were whitewashed, windows shuttered and sealed. Those who could afford it might decorate with simple embroideries or carved wooden beams. A well-kept hearth, clean floors, and warm blankets spoke of order amid the cold chaos outside. For many, shelter was inseparable from hope. The walls enclosed more than bodies. They enclosed memories, stories, dreams of spring. The home was a place where one waited with patience, waiting for the thaw. It was where life continued, day by day, by the slow turning of the seasons. And so, through the long nights and biting storms, medieval families endured, in homes humble or grand, sheltered from the worst of winter's breath. Each stone, each beam, each hearth fire was a small fortress against the cold, a place where warmth could grow, quietly, steadily, and with care. In the harsh embrace of a medieval winter, clothing was far more than mere decoration. It was survival, layers of protection woven from wool, linen, and sometimes fur, shaped by the landscape, the seasons, and the needs of everyday life. For villagers, nobles, and monks alike, the garments worn in winter were carefully chosen and lovingly maintained, as precious as the fire in the hearth. Wool was king among medieval fabrics. Thick, warm, and water-resistant, wool came from the countless sheep grazing English hills and fields. The fleece was sheared in warmer months, then cleaned, carded, and spun into yarn, a slow, meticulous process often carried out in the long winter evenings. Wool yarn was then dyed in muted colors, earthy browns, soft grays, gentle greens, and occasional blues made from woad, all fitting for the quiet tones of the season. The spinning wheel, though not universally common before the late Middle Ages, transformed fiber into thread with a gentle, steady whir. For many, however, the drop spindle remained a familiar tool, its slow rhythm as comforting as the crackle of the hearth. Spinning was often done together, a social task shared by women while stories or prayers were exchanged in low voices. Clothing itself was layered carefully. A linen undergarment, soft and breathable, touched the skin. Over it, one or more woolen layers provided insulation. Tunics and gowns were often long, covering legs and arms to trap warmth. Cloaks, thick and heavy, were pulled close around shoulders, fastened by simple brooches of brass or bone. Hoods protected heads and necks, the most vulnerable points of heat loss. In colder regions or wealthier households, fur was prized. Animal pelts, from rabbits, foxes, or even bears, lined collars, cuffs, and cloaks. Fur not only provided warmth but also status, for it was costly and difficult to acquire. The soft under fur trapped heat against the skin, while the coarser guard hairs repelled moisture. Shoes and boots were made from tough leather, thick enough to shield feet from mud and snow. Often, soles were doubled for extra protection. Inside, scraps of cloth or straw might be stuffed for insulation. For many peasants, footwear was simple and sometimes barely adequate, but it was essential. Gloves and mittens were less common among the poor, but where they existed, they were made from leather or knitted wool. Fingers covered or exposed, depending on the task at hand. Fine embroidery required bare fingers, while outdoor work called for the thickest protection. Care of clothing was an ongoing task, especially in winter. Mending was constant. Tears in sleeves, worn patches on knees, fraying hems were stitched with thread saved from worn garments. Clothes were washed sparingly due to the cold and the scarcity of water and fuel, but when cleaned, they were dried by the hearth or hung near the chimney breast. Textiles were not just practical, but deeply connected to identity. Colors, cuts, and materials signaled class, occupation, and even region. Villagers wore muted earth tones, reflecting the landscape and the limits of their dyes. Nobles and clergy might wear richer colors, deep reds, blues, and purples, though even these were subdued in winter, both by custom and by the lack of light to fully appreciate bright hues. Embroidery and trim, when present, were simple but meaningful. A line of stitching on a cuff, a decorative edge on a collar. These small details carried stories, family symbols, religious motifs, or humble personal touches. Textiles also carried scent and memory. Wool held the faint smell of lanolin and the fields. Linen bore the scent of soap and smoke. Fur reminded one of the wild forest beyond the village. Over time, clothing became more than protection. It became part of the self. For children, clothing was often handed down through siblings or neighbors. Garments were patched and adjusted as small bodies grew. A cloak too large might be folded and pinned, sleeves rolled up or tied. Hand-me-downs carried not only warmth but the quiet history of those who wore them before. Even the colors of winter textiles were soft and muted, fitting the gentle light of the season. Imagine a wash of gentle browns, faded greens, soft grays, and dusty blues, colors that blend into the winter landscape itself, calm and unassuming. Winter clothing was never just about style. It was about shelter, about layering, about comfort, about survival, about hands that spun thread long into the night, about eyes that stitched by firelight, about families that shared what they had, carefully and quietly in the long cold months. And so, wrapped in wool and linen, fur and leather, the people of medieval England faced the harsh winter with patience, with skill, and with a quiet resilience woven into every thread. In the quiet hush of a medieval winter, the daily task of feeding one's family became both an art and a necessity. With fields resting under frost and earth frozen solid, the fresh bounty of summer and autumn was gone, and the pantry stores had to last. Food was carefully gathered, preserved, and rationed, each morsel precious, each meal a small act of hope. The harvest season, late summer into autumn, was a time of abundance and urgency. Crops were gathered with haste, grains like wheat, rye, and barley, root vegetables such as turnips and carrots, cabbages, apples, and preserved meats. These were stored carefully in root cellars, barns, or pantries, dark and cool places where they might last through the long months ahead. Preserving food was essential. Salted pork or beef was common among those who could afford it, packed tightly in barrels or tubs, sometimes smoked for extra protection against spoilage. Salt itself was a valuable commodity, carefully measured and rationed. Smoked fish, herring, or eel was a seasonal treat that could last beyond the frost. Vegetables were stored in earth pits or root cellars, covered with straw or soil to keep them from freezing. Apples might be kept in straw-lined crates, their skins tough and ready to endure. Cabbages and leeks hung in bunches from rafters, drying slowly but holding their flavor. Grains, the foundation of the medieval diet, were stored in sacks or bins. Flour was made from ground grain, but carefully rationed to make bread and porridge last. Bread was often dense and coarse, made from rye or barley mixed with wheat. It was hearty and filling, but far from the soft loaves we know today. Winter meals were simple but sustaining. Pottage, a thick, slow-cooked stew, was the staple. Made from water or weak broth, with whatever vegetables, grains, or meat could be spared, it simmered gently over the hearth for hours. It was eaten with a wooden spoon, sometimes accompanied by a piece of coarse bread for dipping. In wealthier homes, the pottage might be richer, flavored with herbs or small amounts of preserved meat. Ale and cider were common drinks, fermented and brewed earlier in the year, warming in small mugs beside the fire. Water was often unsafe or frozen, so these drinks provided both hydration and comfort. Winter required careful rationing. Food was divided into small portions, measured by experience and necessity. Hunger was a familiar companion, and families learned to be patient with emptiness. Children, the elderly, and the sick were often given priority as their bodies needed nourishment most. Food also carried social meaning. Sharing was a survival strategy. Neighbors might trade eggs for wool or lend a sack of grain in hard times. At times of feasting, Christmas, or harvest festivals, the usual scarcity was momentarily eased and small luxuries might be shared. A spiced apple, a hunk of cheese, a sweetened ale. These moments were treasured. But winter food was more than sustenance. It was ritual. The preparation and sharing of meals marked the passage of days and the bonds between people. The daily breaking of bread was quiet ceremony, a moment of togetherness in the cold and dark. In some villages, communal baking ovens offered another way to stretch resources. Families brought their dough to a shared oven, each waiting their turn by the fire. The warm bread, once baked, was taken home with care, still fragrant and soft. Storage and preservation were learned arts, passed from mother to daughter, father to son. Each family had its own methods, which roots kept best in which pit, how long to smoke meat without spoiling, the best herbs to add for flavor and preservation. These skills were essential, whispered knowledge shared over years of quiet practice. In monasteries, food was prepared with similar care but on a larger scale. Monks tended gardens and livestock, brewed ale, and baked bread. Their stores helped feed not only themselves, but the poor and travelers who sought refuge in cold months. The monastery was a place of charity, where winter hunger was eased by shared meals and prayers. Despite all care, winter food was often meager. The long cold months wore on patience and strength. Illness could make eating difficult, and scarcities sometimes meant going without. But through all hardship, the simple act of breaking bread, slow, quiet, and deliberate, remained a source of comfort. Food was warmth. Food was ritual. Food was hope. In every thick stew, every dense loaf, every cup of ale, there was the steady pulse of life enduring the cold. And so, through frost and storm, medieval families ate, slowly, carefully, and with gratitude for every morsel that kept the chill at bay. In the long, cold months of a medieval winter, survival was never truly a solitary affair. The biting wind, the frozen ground, and the short days pressed hard on each household, yet it was the ties between neighbors, friends, and kin that wove a fabric strong enough to hold against the cold. Community was both shelter and warmth, a quiet strength that offered more than bricks and fire. Villagers knew one another's stories, the growing families, the sick parents, the struggles and small triumphs of daily life. These stories were carried in shared meals, in passing greetings by the well, in the careful exchange of goods and favors. Winter demanded generosity, not extravagance, and what was given with care and respect. One common form of support was the sharing of firewood and kindling. Cutting and gathering wood was backbreaking labor, especially as snow deepened and paths became treacherous. Families pooled resources, helping each other haul bundles from common woods or from the edges of fields. A neighbor might lend a cart or a team of oxen. Another might watch children while the parents worked. Food was also shared quietly. If one family had a surplus of root vegetables or a salted ham, it might be lent or gifted to a neighbor in need, with the unspoken understanding that the kindness would be returned when the seasons turned. This informal lending was a lifeline, especially during the hardest months when stores ran low and the earth held nothing new. The village church was a central point for communal care. Beyond spiritual guidance, it was a place where news was exchanged, where aid was organized, and where the poor found charity. Clergy and monks often coordinated collections of food or firewood to distribute among the neediest. Charity was not a grand spectacle, but a quiet act of duty and kindness, embedded deeply in the social fabric. Winter work was often a shared endeavor. Barn repairs, thatching, or fence fixing were tasks too large for one household alone. Villagers gathered in small groups to complete these chores, sharing labor and laughter. These work parties brought warmth not only through the effort but through companionship, softening the relentless cold. Storytelling was another thread in the web of community. Evenings were spent with families and neighbors gathered around fires, exchanging tales old and new. Saints' legends, local myths, family histories, and gentle jokes passed from mouth to ear. The soft murmur of voices created a shared rhythm, a comfort in the darkness. Festivals and holy days also strengthened bonds. Christmas, Candlemas, and other celebrations brought people together, if only briefly, to share food, song, and prayer. These moments were pauses in the winter's long stillness, times when joy was renewed and hope rekindled. Neighbors watched for one another in illness and hardship. When sickness struck, those able brought food, firewood, or water to the afflicted household. Children were cared for by aunts or cousins, and prayers were offered. The bonds of kinship and friendship were practical and spiritual lifelines. The village green, often quiet in winter, became a place for gathering when weather allowed. Simple games, friendly conversation, or the sharing of tools and supplies happened beneath the bare branches of winter trees. Even in cold and silence, the community found ways to be together. Letters and messages, though rare, sometimes passed between families separated by distance or circumstance, carrying news and comfort. In monasteries, scribes copied letters for the illiterate, ensuring that connections persisted even in isolation. The harshness of winter could sharpen tensions, of course. Scarcity bred frustration and fear. But more often, it inspired kindness, a reminder that to endure the cold, one needed not just shelter and food, but the warmth of human connection. In this, the medieval village was a small world of interdependence, where each person's strength was woven into the strength of others. The bitterest winds and deepest snows were faced not alone, but side by side, in quiet companionship. And so, as the frost settled and the nights grew longer, winter's chill was not only a test of warmth and food, but a challenge to the body's strength and spirit. Medieval winters brought more than snow and ice. They brought coughs, fevers, and the creeping threat of illness. In a time before modern medicine, caring for health was woven into daily life, a quiet blend of knowledge, tradition, and hope. Villagers paid close attention to the signs of sickness. A lingering cough, a sudden chill, or a fever's heat could mean much. Illness in winter was often more serious, for cold weakened the body's defenses and crowded, smoky homes spread infection. Yet, even in hardship, there was care simple, thoughtful, and often gentle. Herbs were central to healing. Gathered in warmer months and dried carefully, they were stored in bundles hanging from rafters or kept in small clay pots. Yarrow, chamomile, rosemary, and thyme were among the favorites, used to soothe fevers, calm coughs, or ease aches. These herbs were brewed into teas, applied as poultices, or steeped in oils for rubbing. The kitchen hearth was also a place of healing. Warm broths, made from herbs, root vegetables, and sometimes meat, provided both nourishment and comfort. Hot drinks sweetened with honey helped soothe sore throats. Steam from boiling herbs was inhaled to clear congestion. These remedies, though simple, brought relief in the cold, dim rooms. Many homes kept a small collection of remedies passed down through generations, recipes written or remembered, spoken softly from mother to daughter. These included salves made with beeswax and fats, mixtures of vinegar and spices, and balms scented with lavender or mint. Each cure was an act of care, a promise to protect those dear. The role of the local healer or wise woman was vital. These individuals held knowledge of plants and remedies, and their skills were sought especially in winter. Their visits were gentle affairs, often arriving with quiet footsteps on snowy paths, carrying baskets of herbs and tinctures. They offered comfort and reassurance as much as medicine. Prayer and ritual also played an important part in healing. Many believed that spiritual aid could work alongside herbal remedies. Saints' days, blessings, and holy water were invoked to protect the sick and to calm the fears that illness brought. The church was a place of both physical and spiritual care. Nurses, usually family members, tended with quiet patience. They cleaned wounds, helped feed the ill, and kept fires burning to maintain warmth. Their work was often exhausting, done in low light and silence. Yet their presence was a balm, a steady light in the darkness of sickness. Winter was also a time when bodies were naturally more vulnerable. Nutrition was harder to maintain, and the cold could cause stiff joints and slowed circulation. People wrapped themselves in warm layers, moved carefully, and rested often to preserve strength. Children and the elderly were especially watched over. Despite care, some illnesses spread rapidly in close quarters, coughs turning to pneumonia, fevers rising unchecked. Epidemics were feared shadows over winter, sometimes arriving silently and leaving sorrow in their wake. Yet communities pulled together, supporting one another as best they could. The quiet endurance of winter illness was matched by the quiet rituals of healing. Warm cloths laid gently, cups of broth offered with a soft word, prayers whispered through the long nights. These moments of care, though often small, were profound acts of love. And so, through frost and shadow, medieval people faced winter's health challenges with knowledge passed down, remedies gathered from the earth, and the unspoken strength of compassion. It was not a fight fought loudly or swiftly, but patiently and with hope, a slow, steady resilience that carried them through the cold. When the daylight hours dwindled and the cold settled deep into village life, medieval people sought moments of quiet joy and gentle distraction. Winter, with its long nights and forced stillness, gave time to rest, reflect, and find comfort in simple pastimes. These were not boisterous entertainments, but slow, soft activities that wove warmth into the cold months. Around the hearth, families and neighbors gathered to share stories. These tales were often drawn from local history, saints' lives, or timeless legends. Spoken softly in the flickering firelight, the stories carried the past into the present, knitting listeners together across generations. The words themselves became a gentle rhythm, soothing the mind and easing the body into rest. Music, too, played a tender role in winter evenings. Simple instruments, a harp, a lute, a recorder, filled rooms with soft, lilting melodies. Songs were often sacred or folk tunes, passed down by ear and memory. Singing was a communal act, voices blending quietly rather than rising in boisterous chorus. It was a way to keep the spirit warm and the heart steady amid the cold. Games were modest and intimate. Children and adults alike enjoyed riddles and wordplay, passing the time with gentle challenge and laughter. Simple board games, like chess or checkers, offered quiet focus. These games required patience and thought, fitting the slower rhythm of winter days. Crafts were also common winter pastimes. Needlework, embroidery, and knitting filled the hours by firelight. These crafts were both practical and creative, producing garments and decorations while offering calming repetition. The soft scratch of needle against cloth was part of winter's soundtrack, blending with the crackle of the hearth. In some villages, mummers or small groups performed simple plays or dances during festive seasons, bringing brief bursts of movement and laughter to the dark months. These performances were gentle and familiar, not grand spectacles, but moments of shared delight. Reading was a rare pleasure for many, but where books were present, especially in monasteries and noble houses, winter was the season of quiet study. Illuminated manuscripts were handled with reverence, their delicate pages reflecting candlelight. The act of reading was slow and thoughtful, a meditation on words and images. Prayer and meditation were also pastimes of a kind, weaving the sacred into the fabric of daily life. The rhythm of psalms and chants filled some winter days, offering comfort and order when the world outside seemed wild and uncertain. Even the simplest acts, preparing a warm drink, tending the fire, sharing a meal, became rituals that punctuated the long hours. These moments grounded people, creating a sense of continuity and peace. Though winter could be a time of hardship, it was also a time of quiet beauty and connection. The slow unfolding of days invited contemplation and closeness. The soft glow of candle and firelight softened the dark. The shared stories and songs warmed the heart. And so, through the long winter, medieval people found ways to fill their days with gentle joy and calm, a quiet celebration of life even in the coldest season. As winter's deep chill slowly softened, and the days grew longer with faint hints of sunlight, the people of medieval England began to turn their thoughts toward the promise of spring. This was a time of quiet preparation, when hope and patience intertwined with careful work. The long winter was not yet over, but already the rhythms of life shifted toward renewal. Villagers looked to the land, watching for subtle signs. The earliest crocuses or snowdrops pushing through frost-hardened earth. The song of returning birds, tentative but sure. The softening of frozen streams and the slow drip of melting snow. These gentle hints were treasured, reminders that the harsh months would not last forever. Inside homes, preparations began. Woolen garments were mended and stored, ready to be swapped for lighter clothing. Tools were cleaned and sharpened, their edges bright and keen for spring's work. Seeds saved from last harvest were gathered carefully, sorted by size and quality, ready for planting when the soil thawed. The village green, often stark and silent under snow, was a place of quiet activity. Children played carefully in slush and mud, their laughter a soft counterpoint to winter's hush. Adults talked of the coming sowing, shared plans for new crops or livestock. Gardens were cleared of debris, and manure spread to enrich the earth. Animals, too, were tended with renewed care. As the days warmed, livestock were checked for health, shelters repaired or cleaned. Pregnant ewes and cows were watched closely, their new lives a sign of hope and continuity. Chickens began to lay again, their eggs small but welcome. The church marked this season with gentle rituals. Candlemas in early February was a celebration of light returning. Candles were blessed, carried in processions, and placed in windows as symbols of hope. Prayers were offered for a fruitful year, for protection of crops and animals, and for the well-being of the community. Monasteries prepared their gardens and fields with diligence. Their knowledge of herbs and plants guided early planting. They also prepared stores of seeds and tools, sharing advice with villagers when possible. The monastery's rhythms, prayer, work, study, mirrored the slow awakening of the land. Winter food stores were checked and replenished where possible. Preserved meats were used sparingly to last through the last cold weeks. Root vegetables were rotated for freshness. The last of the ale or cider was savored, a reminder of the year past. Though the cold was not yet gone, the spirit of the village was lifting. The slow lengthening of days brought a quiet energy, a readiness to move again after months of stillness. It was a time to gather strength, to plan, and to prepare with care. The people of medieval England knew well the cycles of nature, and they lived in close harmony with its rhythms. Winter's harshness was met with endurance, but spring's promise was always in the heart, a gentle light that guided them through the darkest days. And so, as the snow softened and the earth stirred beneath, the village looked forward, patiently, quietly, with hope, to the season of growth and renewal waiting just beyond the cold. As the last frost slowly faded and the chill in the air softened, The village stirred with a quiet excitement. Winter's long grasp was loosening, and the arrival of spring brought a sense of renewal both in the land and in the hearts of its people. This transition was not sudden, but a gradual unfolding. The slow lifting of cold shadows, like the soft turning of a page. Fields once locked in ice began to thaw, revealing the dark, rich soil beneath. Villagers took tentative steps outside, their breath visible in the crisp morning air. The faint scent of damp earth and budding leaves whispered promises of growth. Footsteps crunched softly on melting snow and scattered frost, echoing the steady rhythm of life returning. The village green transformed. Bare branches sprouted tender buds, and patches of early grass peeked through thawing ground. Birds returned, their songs filling the air with new melodies. The sound of water running in streams grew stronger, a gentle murmur that seemed to awaken the senses. Farmers prepared the fields with renewed energy. Plowing and sowing began in earnest, hands steady and practiced. Tools, sharpened and ready, moved rhythmically through the soil, turning over last year's residue to welcome the seeds that would bring the harvest. Each seed planted was a quiet act of hope, a promise of future sustenance. Livestock sensed the change, too. Sheep bleated softly as their lambs were born, fragile yet full of life. Cows grazed on the fresh shoots, and chickens clucked eagerly among the emerging greenery. The cycle of life, paused by winter's severity, began again with gentle persistence. In the village, windows were opened to let in fresh air and light. Homes that had been closed tight against cold now breathed softly with the breeze. Blankets and heavy cloaks were folded away, replaced by lighter garments. The soft colors of spring echoed in clothing and surroundings, a quiet celebration of change. The church marked the season with Easter services and other observances that blended faith and nature's rhythm. Processions, prayers, and songs honored the resurrection of life, both spiritual and earthly. The community gathered in warmth and fellowship, drawing strength from shared tradition. Children played outside more freely, their laughter ringing clear in the lengthening days. Simple games and gentle races brought smiles and energy. The village was alive again, moving slowly but surely from the stillness of winter into the vibrant hum of spring. Though the hardships of winter remained in memory, the cold, the scarcity, the quiet endurance, they now stood as a contrast to the gentle revival around them. The cycle of seasons, harsh yet beautiful, was woven into every life and every story. And now, the snow is melting. The frost has lifted. The fire burns lower, and the long winter we have walked through together is nearly done. Thank you for coming with me on this slow journey into the cold and candlelit corners of the past. Thank you for resting here, for listening and imagining, and gently remembering a world where winter was a trial. Yes, but also a time of stillness, reflection, and quiet resilience. If you are still awake, I hope you feel calm, and perhaps even a little closer to those who came before us. If you are already asleep, may your dreams be warm and filled with gentle flickers of ancient firelight. Until next time, may peace be upon your night, and may spring, always, find its way home to you. Good night.